Good evening, everyone. Welcome to a meeting of the Hunterdon Central Regional High School Board of Education. Please be advised that this and all meetings of the board are open to the public and media consistent with the Open Public Meetings Act, and that advance notice required therein has been provided. Meeting notice was also posted in the boardroom of the Upper School campus, sent to the Courier News, Star Ledger, Express Times, and the Hunterdon County Democrat, and sent to the clerks of Delaware Township, East Amwell, Flemington Borough, Raritan Township, and Reddington Township. The public will have an opportunity to be heard as shown on the agenda. Can I get a roll call, please?
Mrs. Duggan?
Here.
Ms. Gong?
Here.
Mrs. Gray?
Here.
Dr. Halpern?
Here.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Here.
Ms. LaCosta?
Here.
Mrs. Peterson? Here. Mrs. Rothel? And Mrs. Santangelo.
Here. All right, everyone, please join us for the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Ellen, are you ready to read the mission?
Hunterdon Central is an innovative educational community dedicated to the intellectual, social, and emotional safety and growth of all students. While fostering curiosity and promoting wellness, we aspire to create powerful learning experiences, establish strong partnerships, and serve as contributing members of society.
Thank you. All right, we would like to move to approve the regular and executive session minutes of the June 16th, 2025 meeting. Can I get a second?
Second.
And a roll call, please?
Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
Ms. Gong?
Yes.
Ms. Gray?
Yes.
Dr. Halpern?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Abstain.
Ms. LaCosta?
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson? And Mrs. Santangelo.
Yes.
Oh, yes, motion carries.
Thank you. We would like to note that we received correspondence, and it will be maintained on file in the office of the board secretary. At this time, we will move to the president's report. This month, I would like to talk about policy. The Board of Education is a policy-making body. That means that the board shall make, amend, adopt, and repeal policy. By doing so, the board ensures the district and schools are run well. Policies help provide structure so the board can ensure compliance with the law, fulfill the governance and oversight role, ensure compliance with state monitoring such as CUSAC, which is the Department of Education's monitoring and evaluation system. New Jersey school districts have two policy vendors, Strauss Esme, our vendor, and the New Jersey School Board. These vendors provide the model policies and recommendations regarding what must or should be adopted according to the law. Because of the lengthy process of policymaking, the board does not have the bandwidth to do this on their own. The exception is when our vendor does not have a policy that we feel our school may need. This situation arose this past fall when contemplating a student cell phone policy. You may recall we sought valuable feedback through our Parent Engagement Association, which was formerly the Home School Association, and invited parents in the community to discuss this topic. Our superintendent also conducted multiple focus groups with staff and students. This process took a significant amount of time and resulted in our current cell phone policy. In addition, due to the significant lack of policy updates by the previous administration and lack of a policy committee, our policy manual was out of compliance and out of date. Therefore, we began the process of replacing them with our updated vendor policies. One example of this was the counseling policy. Our superintendent reviewed the homegrown and vendor policies with the counseling department. The counselors did not have any issues with the updated vendor policy. The board proceeded forward with a first and second public reading. This is yet another opportunity for feedback, this time from the public, to provide any comments for the board's consideration. Because of the board's commitment and the policy committee's dedication to updating this policy manual, I am happy to report that we are on schedule to complete this enormous undertaking by year's end. I would be remiss if I did not give a special thank you to our policy chair, Rebecca Peterson, who has been instrumental in making this happen. So Becky, thank you very much. We could not have done it without you. Excuse me. And finally, the board recently received recognition from senior administration that this is the first time that they have ever felt included in the policy process. So that tells us that we are on the right track with transparency and accountability, and we really appreciate that feedback. So thank you. And with that, I'll kick it over to Jessica for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Lisa, and good evening, everyone. Happy summer. We have a very informative and interesting presentation on standardized assessment results this evening, so I'm going to try and keep my report brief. However, there are a few items I want to be sure I emphasize with you all. First, I want to again congratulate our 573 graduates of the class of 2025. Our graduation ceremony on June 19th, which I would argue is probably one of the largest scale events in the county, was not only well organized and executed, but also really special and memorable. Our students spoke and sang about the importance of each individual student's journey and personalizing their educational experience for their strengths and their needs. It was a great inspiration to us to take us into the summer months. I also appreciate that so many of you were able to attend. Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, I also want to thank all of our folks involved in planning this ceremony. There are way too many to list individually, but I would like to at least mention offices, principal and vice principal teams, the house office staff, counselors, operations, communications, technology, and all of our staff who helped that day. This really takes a full team effort. As I noted last month, our leadership team convened shortly after graduation for a retreat with the intent of planning for the 2025-2026 school year. At this retreat, we reviewed critical data and feedback from the school year, including evaluation data and trends, climate and culture survey data, and progress along our 2024-2025 goals. We use this information to create recommended goals for the 2025-2026 school year under the topics of student wellness and climate and culture, student achievement and engagement, and communication and partnerships. I've shared early draft language with Mrs. Santangelo, and I appreciate you all providing feedback. We will continue to refine the goals and incorporate your feedback through our committees over the next month. Related to the topic of district goals, I have also been speaking with a professional services provider about strategic planning. Our ambitious plan is to begin the process in October. I plan on having additional information for you all at next month's meeting. A part of tonight's agenda includes two organizational items that I would like to bring to your attention. First, we are revising our 2025-2026 school year calendar to account for 3 additional early dismissal days for students, October 13th, January 27th, and March 26th. These days will be full days for staff as they will engage in professional learning in the afternoon. Adding these 3 early dismissal days is a strategic investment in instructional excellence, which, as you know, is a continued goal in our district. These dedicated afternoons will provide staff with uninterrupted time to collaborate, reflect, and engage in ongoing learning that directly impacts student outcomes. The dedicated afternoons also ensure a consistent continuum of professional development so we can support our educators in remaining responsive to student needs and aligned with our district goals. Additionally, the 2025-2026 calendar revision also includes the removal of the second back-to-school night in the fall. This was part of a sidebar with the HCEA, which we approved in April. Our fall back-to-school night will take place on Thursday, September 18th. The second organizational item is an approval for adoption of the Chapter 27 Emergency Virtual or Remote Instruction Program for the 2025-2026 school year. This is an annual item that is required by the New Jersey Department of Education since the COVID-19 pandemic. I will now ask Dr. Matt Hall, our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, to come to the podium to present on our 2025 NJGPA and Access results. And then I'll ask us all to move over into the audience so we can actually see the screen.
Good evening, everybody. So it's my pleasure tonight to do our spring assessment report to you, and I say that with no sarcasm at all. I love this type of thing, so I'll apologize in advance for that. So the goal tonight, we're going to talk about our assessment results from the New Jersey Graduation Proficiency Assessment and the Access Assessment that occurred in the fall. So those are the NJ GPA. You may recall from previous presentations of this type is our primary graduation pathway. So let me see. Okay. So this is a test taken by 11th graders, and it's the test that really is the opportunity for students to demonstrate that they're quote-unquote graduation ready, right, in English language arts and mathematics. So this happened in March. It is different than the SLA, which we heard about back in October, okay? So a different assessment. This is the graduation test. But each time we do these presentations, they're required, first of all, under administrative code, but more importantly, they give us a snapshot, a glimpse into how well our instructional programs are working. And so as we go through these slides tonight, that's what I invite you to have as a question in your mind, is what does this tell us about how well our instructional programs are functioning? Now, primarily, we're going to be looking at English language arts and mathematics. We'll also look at the access results, which are a test that our multilingual learners they take every year. So there are two performance levels as we take a look at these results. Okay, so just to sort of frame it for us, there's graduation ready and then not yet graduation ready. One other way to sort of think about graduation ready is those are students performing at or above grade level, okay? So at or above grade level, and that's going to be important when we start to drill down a little bit into some of these results, because the temptation is to just sort of look at them, just see, okay, how did we do? What percentage did we get on to the next thing? We're going to drill down a little bit deeper tonight because we're able to now, and I'll get into that in a little more detail in just a moment. Okay, so let's start off. So on the left, we have our mathematics performance. On the right, we have our English language arts performance. The lighter colored blue bar is Hunterdon Central's results. The darker colored blue bar is the state of New Jersey's results. So one of the first things we always look at is how do students at Hunterdon Central do relative to their grade level peers across the state. And as we would expect Hunterdon Central students to outperform the state, right? That's what we hope to be true. That's what we expect to be true. And you can see here that that is, in fact, what we see to be the case. We also notice that the math percentage is lower than the English language arts percentage. And so that invites the question of what's up with that, right? That tends to be the case. And that's the case all across the state. And it has to do with lots of things, but at a very basic level, it's how they set the passing rates, like what they set as the bar, the threshold for passing at the New Jersey Department of Ed, and how that's determined is done in math and English language arts sort of independently from one another. So this is a pattern we always see. So that's not something to necessarily fret over, and it's expected. So the good news in this is we're outperforming the state. Where we start to ask questions is, okay, so in math, we see 69% of our 11th graders are quote-unquote graduation ready. And in math, what this is a test of Algebra 2 and geometry skills, okay? 88% in English language arts. So certainly 69% isn't as high as we want it to be. But the takeaway that I don't want you to leave with is that means that, 31% of our kids are not going to graduate, because that's just not the case. This is one data point, and pretty much all of our students pass a graduation through one of the various pathways, okay? And we'll get into that in a little more detail momentarily. Okay, so next we're going to take a look at a breakdown by gender as one of our first ways of dividing up this data and looking at it in a little more detail, a little more granular. So bright blue, all students. The darker blue are female students. The lighter blue are male students. So what we see here is that in math, our male students are outperforming our female students, which invites the question of why, right? And that's definitely a question for our math department to look into. In English language arts, we see that the opposite is true, but that disparity between those is not as dramatic. So a little context for you all. That disparity there, this pattern is one that we've seen year after year after year, and it's been a major area of focus within the English language arts department to look at that and address that. And so what we're starting to see is that gap close. So that's actually good news and sort of exciting. And when I looked over this with Brendan, he was pleased to see that was the case. So a little bit of extra context there that's good news. Next, we'll break it down by some of the other demographic groups. Here we're looking at specifically race and ethnicity. And you see a similar sort of pattern between math and ELA, with perhaps the Hispanic, Latino bar in math being more, a greater, larger separation between some of the other groups that we see. So that is one of those patterns that we continually take a look at, right? So this is not new. This is not a new phenomena. And this is one that, we need more information to understand it and start to get at solutions for this. And so I'll share some more insight into that as we introduce some new pieces of information that we hadn't really had before in a moment. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, and that's a great question. Okay, here is a breakdown where the demographic groups are different programs that we have. So bright blue, all students, the most on the left bar. Then we have our economically disadvantaged students, our multilingual learners in the middle there, students with IEPs, and then students with 504 plans. So this is one of those breakdowns that we look at that is really sort of hard to draw conclusions out of. This data, I'll use a term to describe it, is very noisy data, okay? Some of the students are included in multiple categories here, okay? For example, it's not unusual for our multilingual learners to also be counted in the economically disadvantaged demographic group here. Students with IEPs, that's a huge range of different disabilities that we're talking about with students, right? So they're all sort of lumped together in this breakdown. And I share this not because it's, noisy, hard to interpret data, but because this is one of the breakdowns we get from the state that we want to look at, and we want to make sense of, and we want all of those bars to be as high as possible, right? So when we look at this, it certainly makes us want to know more about some of these areas where the performance is not at grade level. And so that's exactly what I was talking about before. These students are performing at or above grade level. So that means that the rest of that 100% column are not. They're under grade level. Okay, and so okay. What this is showing is a longitudinal comparison of pretty much every year that we've had the NJ-GPA. Okay, prior to this, we had a gap with the COVID public health emergency where we weren't doing testing. And then prior to that, we had, you may remember, we had the PARC assessment, which was a different assessment. So as long as we've been administering the NJ-GPA, this is the pattern that we're seeing. And so you're seeing that there definitely was our lowest performance was coming out of the COVID pandemic, not unexpected. And it's been relatively stable since then, but we did see a little bit of a drop this year. And so we want to try and understand that drop and what that means, right? Because what we're doing here effectively is comparing different groups of kids, right? So the column all the way on the right, that was this year's 11th graders. The next one in was the prior year's 11th graders, and so on and so forth. Okay? And so we see overall patterns, and what we're trying to interpret is really, honestly, the quality, or not quality, but the effectiveness of our instructional programs, right? How effective they are at moving students to that grade level or greater expectation. So when we were looking at this, we were asking lots of questions. What's different? Why did we see it drop? What's different? And so there were all sorts of things. So we had some differences in the way we administered the NJ-GPA this year in terms of arranging units. Did that have an effect? It may have had an effect. Did it account for everything? Well, one of our goals this year was to increase participation rate, right? Because we actually were on the state's naughty list for not having a high enough participation rate. We had over a 99% participation rate on this assessment. And as you would expect, as the participation rate goes up, your overall mean might come down, right? It's conceivable that it might come down. Or maybe there was something about this particular group of students that was unique, right? Was their starting place lower than previous years, right? And we couldn't really answer that question, but what we could do for really the first time was start to look at where that starting place was, okay? And I'm sure everybody knows, because we talked about it an awful lot this year, we have a new student information system, Genesis. And we're starting to be able to do some data analysis with Genesis that's pretty exciting. So I'll introduce this. So what you're looking at here is this current cohort of students that, when I say current cohort of students, what I'm talking about is the 11th graders who took the NJ-GPA in March of 2025. So what we were able to do was go back and say, okay, back when these 11th graders were 8th graders, what percentage of them were performing at or above grade level? Okay? And the answer was 54.7% of them were performing at or above grade level in 8th grade. And that was about 540 students that we were able to track through this whole progression. This specifically, by the way, is English language arts that we're looking at right now. At the end of 9th grade, they took the SLA. At that point, 69% of them demonstrated that they were at or above grade level 9 expectations. So that was exciting to see, right? So we see that we're jumping up almost 15% proficiency rate in 1 year when they came to us, and they are now in our program. Our next snapshot is 11th grade, and at that point we see 86.1% of the students are performing at or above grade level. So when we are asking the question of what does the effectiveness of our instructional programs look like, this type of glimpse we're now able to look at with the following and tracking a cohort is telling a pretty important story about growth and closing gaps, right? Now, we're not able to really say why in 8th grade we were down at that 50% range. I don't know. It could have been any number of things. It could have been because of COVID, right? Like that's the thing that's the easy to blame thing is COVID. I don't know if that's the case, but we know that this is where we are. There are all sorts of things that can disrupt a group of students. It could have been something as, we've seen data from research that, large classes that have 2 teachers in a row in elementary school who were on maternity leave, you could have like a major impact that you can track through. So I don't know what the cause was, but we know when they got here, almost half of these students were not at grade level. And at this point in English language arts, we're looking at 86%. So ELA is sort of the easier one to look at because it's not so many branching paths like our math program, but we're going to look at our math program too. It will just take a little more of looking at context. Okay. So this group of kids here are specifically the students who took Algebra 1 at Hunterdon Central as 9th graders. Okay? So that's who we're looking at in this slide here. About 342 students that we have all 3 years of data for. Of those students, when they were in 8th grade, only a little more than 16% of them were performing at or above grade level. Okay? Which is sort of a scary number to look at. By the end of 9th grade, 24%. Right? By end of 11th grade, 73.4% are performing at or above grade level. That's a huge increase, right? And I know back in October, we were looking at SLA results, and we saw those algebra results, and I was at that meeting, and I know we all walked out not feeling super great about those results. What I hope this does is provide a little more context to the story about where those students were and what the program that we have them tracking in is doing. And so when we begin to ask questions like, how effective is our mathematics program for these students who are effectively like I guess you could think of like your average on grade level type of student, it's pretty dramatic. This is something we're very excited about, okay? I probably shouldn't tell you that Bob Cole was jumping up and down and clapping, but I'll tell you anyway, he was. We were very excited about this. All right, so here's a different group of students. So these are the students who took Algebra 1 as 8th graders. So these are students that are performing above their grade level. So we would expect that these students are, most of them are doing really well. So in 8th grade, they were strong math students. 80% of them were performing at or above grade level. Okay, that's maybe actually a little bit lower than I would have expected for those students. We're talking about 134 of the students who were 11th graders back in March. At the end of Algebra 2, 58% of them were performing at or above grade or at or above the Algebra 2 standards. So that's a question, that's something that we need to look at here, frankly, is why did we see this dip? I know across the state you hear the math folks talking about this as a notoriously difficult assessment, but it could also be an indication that we need to do some curricular work with this Algebra 2 class. So that's something that we want to look at. Now, if we look at where those students are by the end of 11th grade, and remember that the GPA is a measure of Algebra 2 and geometry skills, 100% of those students met or exceeded grade level expectations. Okay? So despite that little dip, you can't get any better than that yellow bar there. So that's pretty awesome. Okay. And then for, just to be super complete, let's look at the kids who in 8th grade were taking either geometry or Algebra 2, depending on what their sending district they came from. They were doing super great in 8th grade, and no shock, they are also still doing super great on the NJGPA. So these are the most academically successful math students that we have here at Hunterdon Central, right? So well done. So we have 46 students in that group there. Okay, now going back to, if we just want to look at the groups of kids who were not successful in 9th grade, right? When I say successful, they weren't performing at or above grade level in 9th grade. So we'll take all of those kids. There was 102 of them. We look at what percent of them were at or above grade level in grade 8, about 1% of them. Okay? 0% in grade 9. I didn't put it on here. What percent of those students by the end of 11th grade are now performing at or above grade level? Well, we're up to 26.5%, right? And those are our students that need the most support with mathematics. And so even though 26.5 is not as high as we want it to be, that's still a pretty great achievement. And that's where we start to think about our programs and where do we want to really invest in trying to push. This is the group, right? So a couple of things that we're seeing here. So we are seeing a lot of pretty dramatic evidence that our instructional programs are working well. And we're seeing that the decision of the district to move to this new SIS and some of these other data platforms is paying the dividends that we had hoped it is, or at least starting to. So as we do these types of things in the future, we'll continue to share that. Okay, so that's the NJGPA. I'm not going to read all this to you. This is the sorts of things that I was talking about before. I will say the students who are still on that, we're not meeting grade level expectations. There are lots of other pathways that they get, and we have, automatically they will be enrolled in the next NJGPA as seniors, and some of them will pass that. Some of them will pass on the SAT. Some of them will pass on various other assessments, the AccuPlace or what have you. If assessments are just the thing that they're having trouble, crossing that bar, we have a portfolio program where we have another way for them to demonstrate graduation readiness, and it is super successful. It's a huge, huge lift for our math and English language arts department, but they do a phenomenal job. And, this past year, I forget exactly how many we had, but it had to be close to 100. All of those students passed the portfolio. So no one is getting left behind, and I want to just make sure that that's said. Sure. Absolutely. Okay, so now we're going to switch gears, and we're going to talk about the access assessment. Dee? Sure. We do see a higher passing rate. And one of the challenges is we have the PSAT, we have the SAT, we have the NJGPA, we have the NJSLA, and what we see is usually similar patterns, but the passing rates are very different. And so one of the challenges of the instructional program is developing and delivering an instructional program that addresses the things that all of those different assessments are sort of targeted at, right? And so any one of those is really not a good, like, we're going to draw a conclusion from this one assessment. We want to look at all of them as a battery of assessments and some of these more deep dives to really figure out, you know, what is really going on here and what do we need to do about it? And so when I say do about it, I mean, what are the things that we need to invest in doing more? What are the things we need to change? Where are the places that we need to take a look and figure out if something's not working, what exactly is that thing that's not working, and fix it? And so, you know, a little bit of a glimpse into the work of the C&I department. You know, that's... The NJSLA is required by the federal government. It's our federal accountability assessment. So, that's one of those Department of Education questions. I think we are the last state, if I'm not mistaken, that has a different state assessment and federal accountability assessment. So New Jersey likes to really set the bar really high. Now, the good news is that's why when we look at these national comparisons, New Jersey is usually at the top of the pile, right? Because we have really high expectations for our kids, and they get a terrific education here in the state. So the why question, I can't begin to speculate why it is the way it is. All right, so access. So the access assessment is an assessment that we administer to our multilingual learners every year, okay? And so the promise of that is because we administer it every year, we can track growth year to year to year. That's the theoretical sort of thing that we're hoping for. Now, we're going to see that there are some reality challenges to that. But just to sort of give you some context about who we're talking about, we're talking about, as of June, about 125 of our students that English is not their first language, okay? And so they fall into a whole variety of different categories. So we have 125 total. 7 of those students are tuition students. We have some that are bilingual, part-time students. And when we talk about our bilingual students, those are students that when we tested them during intake, they were really, their English proficiency level was really below, in their first language, was below about middle school level. So they need support in their native language as well as in English, okay? And then we have high-intensity ESL, some former MLs, a couple of kids who decline, families that decline services, that type of thing. This is 1 year, this year, as of June, okay? All students 9th grade through 12th grade, okay? And I say as of June because this number changes all the time, okay?
Hello. It's the highest level. It's mostly ESL 4 students who are transitioning into a regular program who we expect to exit, not need English language services for much longer.
Thank you, Dr. Arredondo. These are her babies, so she's here too. I like to chat about the data. She can answer all the deep questions. Okay. So the access test specifically is given to our multilingual learners, as I mentioned, but what it is it's a test of English language proficiency, okay? So what we're talking about is reading, writing, speaking, and listening. Okay? And it's based on a set of standards called the WITA standards. Okay. I mentioned before it's required annually, and the scores range from 1 is the lowest to 6 is the highest. And where we typically exit students out of our program is when they hit about a 4.5 on that scale. Okay? These students also take the NJGPA, even if their English language proficiency is very low, even if their native language proficiency is also very low, even if they have had disrupted schooling and, all of that kind of stuff. So when we look at that bar before, and we were worried about it, because we do worry about it, and we worry about these students, there's a lot going on that challenge those students' ability to demonstrate their proficiency on our state assessment. Okay? All right, so I'm not going to read all this to you, but earlier I mentioned noisy data. This is very, very noisy data. So as we go through, we're going to try to filter some of that noise out. And when I talk about noisy data, one way to think about it is like if you think about like the stock market charts that you see, and they're up and down, up and down, up and down, but there's going in a general direction, right? That general direction is the trend. Though any one of the points along that could give you, it might be higher than typical and give you sort of a overestimate how well things are going, or lower. So we want to try and figure out what these trends are through the noise. Okay. So countries of origin of our students. So remember, we're talking about 125 different students, and they come from a whole variety of different countries. Now, most of our students who are in our ML program their native language, their first language is Spanish, okay? And most of them come from, make sure I get this right, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras? Awesome. Can you tell Laura prepped me for that part? Okay. So what we're looking at here are what we call our sample size population. So as you look at this, you're probably saying to yourself, wait, hold on a second. I thought we had 125 students. Why in 2025 does it say, just shy of 70? Okay? What that means is of that 125, only 70 of those students had taken the access test in the prior year for us to compare growth. So we can do growth of the whole group, like the mean, the average growth, but the kids are changing constantly. There's a churning of kids, new students coming in, students exiting, new students coming in, students exiting. Okay, so that makes it difficult to really track the pattern. So the best way for us to track those patterns is looking at the individual students that we have multiple years that we can compare. And what we're hoping for, right, the goal is that we're seeing growth every year, that their 2025 score is higher than their 2024 score and things like that. So that's what we're looking for. So this is our mean proficiency growth, and our goal is, what we're hoping for is for that blue bar to be up around 0.5, okay? Now, clearly, it is not up at 0.5, right? So this is our mean growth. Our target from the state, because this is an accountability measure for us, is that something around, 60%? 60% of our students should be seeing that 0.5 growth, okay? And so the mean growth we're seeing is not there, although last year, for example, we did hit that goal of 0.5 for 60% of the population. So I apologize, it is sort of hard to track all of that. But this is one of those things that we are looking at, and bless you, we want that blue bar to be higher, right? So when we're looking at our programs, we want to be making changes that is resulting in that mean proficiency growth getting higher and higher. Okay? Mm-hmm. Yes. Did everybody catch that? So coming out of COVID, there was a year of a gap. So the 2022 bar is 2 years of growth being measured. So thinking about that stock market trend bar, is it going up? It's hard to say if we sort of ignore the 2022 bar. Maybe, but not dramatically. Okay. Here's a measure. This is our number of students that hit that 0.5. So we see that last year, or this past spring, we had a 25, so it's a higher number than we've been seeing. So, but that's a raw number, not a percentage of our ML population. So that's a good number, but again, we want that going higher and higher. Okay. So another assessment that we administer to these students is the ENIL assessment, and this is an assessment that we use to measure their native language proficiency. Okay? So native language proficiency, and you can see that you basically, if you know Spanish, you have a bunch of these that are different colors, and they correspond to grade levels. Okay? And so, obviously you want the grade level to be the same grade level as the student, right? We want them to be literate in Spanish at their grade level that they happen to be, as well as be developing English proficiency also at that grade level. Okay? So when we're looking at gains in students, so we're measuring their grade level proficiency in Spanish. So we're looking at Spanish. It's a primary language, first language of most of our ML students. We had 25 students who were, we mentioned before, performing below that middle school grade level, and so they went into a bilingual program. So of those 25 students, 23 of them we had year-to-year comparisons of that ENIL assessment. 16 students saw a full grade level growth in Spanish literacy, and 6 of the students saw 2 grade levels growth. So we're seeing good growth from the bilingual program in the native language, in addition to the growth that they're making in their English language proficiency. But again, these are small numbers, and the students, they're sort of where population is churning. So this is difficult to track. Okay. Like diversity of home language? True. So once you hit a certain threshold of population, then you're required to start, which the number is 20, where we need to then be having, like, for example, once we hit that threshold of 20, we need Spanish-speaking bilingual program. If we hit 20 students who speak Mandarin, then we would need a Mandarin program. We don't have that right now, right? So of our 125 ML students, 120 of them were Spanish speakers. So, and then there's 5 students with a variety of different languages from the, yeah. So it's an interesting challenge, right? And as a public school, comprehensive public school, our mission is to serve every single kid in the community. And so it's an interesting challenge. Fortunately, at Hunterdon Central here, we have a really strong ML program and ML staff, and an expert supervisor here who I'm very fortunate to have on our team here. So takeaways, and I know I've used up my time. I'm expecting the gong to gong any second here. We are making gains here. This is a population that is very hard to serve for a lot of reasons. And so some of our, the way we're addressing that is, it's outside of the curriculum, right? So we know that absenteeism is an issue. So addressing absenteeism. We know that it is, for some of the families moving into our community, they're coming from a cultural background where, you know, we take some things for granted, like your kid's supposed to go to school and every day. And that's not the case all over the world. And so helping those families to understand what the expectations are, and that coming to school, there are benefits to coming to school other than just learning English so that you can then go into the workforce. And so Laura has been leading a committee to look at strategies to address the absenteeism, and working with our registrar to put together different ways of sort of welcoming these families into Hunterdon Central's school community and understanding what their role is as parents and supporting their child and coming every single day. And so those are the kinds of things that we're really looking at. You could see that's under the task force piece here. And we keep we keep looking at this data and really trying to figure out how can we piece together the picture to get a more contextual glimpse into the data like we saw with the NJGPA. We're going to have to see what some of the changes at the federal level have. We get a lot of federal support for ML programs, and unfortunately what we're hearing right now is that we may not get that support. And so, as a district, we're going to have to figure out how to provide these services without that support. So that's, more work to be done, obviously, down the road for all of us, the board and administration alike. Okay. And that's it. Any other questions for me or for Dr. Arredondo? All right. Thank you for letting me go on about data.
Okay.
Here, I'll
Okay, as everyone's getting settled, I want to thank you, Dr. Hall, for your presentation, very thorough. I was also very excited about the growth, and it was exciting that we could do that this year because we finally had those scores since 8th grade to be able to compare. So thank you very much, and congratulations too to our staff. And it's not just our math and English staff and our multilingual learning staff and our ESL staff, it's really our full staff. So thank you to our staff for supporting our students' growth. And I wanted to thank you all too, because you are an important part of this. You're approving our resources, our budget that helps fund these programs. So thank you for your support in that as well. I know we went a little longer than we anticipated, but it was worth it. Again, Dr. Hall, thank you. I did want to note on the agenda, you'll see that we have our HIB and suspension report, but we have moved our action item for the HIB report to after executive session. So I will conclude my report now and hand it back over to you, Lisa. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, we will move into our first public residence forum. This is for action items on the agenda. We will have another residence forum, public forum at the end of the meeting. If anybody would like to come up and speak about the action items.
Good evening, Reverend Vernon Williams, Raritan Township. President Santangelo, and I'd also would love to hear from Superintendent Cangelosi Hayes on this issue. Can you tell us if you still believe in the philosophy and theory of action of the district's former policy at 2411, counseling services? In light of the second reading revision to policy 2411 tonight. Currently, the policy stipulates the Hunterdon Central Regional High School District is committed to guiding students toward their goals and aspirations. We recognize that socialization has been compromised by global challenges. Students require support to develop emotional intelligence and understand the power of community. This requires schools to use a broader, more personalized, and assets-oriented approach to student growth, rather than a narrow definition of student achievement. The Hunterdon Central Regional High School District further believes that in response to these challenges and to ensure that each student has access to the promises of our mission, the overarching work of counseling services is to ensure that our school knows and supports students and their families through connections grounded in understanding and acceptance. Because the current 2411 counseling services policy leaves out all of this language that is critical to the appropriate care of our students and an extension, their families. Therefore, I have to wonder if your ideological bent does not allow you to see the dire need for a critical counseling services department that, per previous 2411 policy for counseling services, seeks to stipulate the current in the current 2411 policy and further states if the counseling services department does these three things: establishes strong, compassionate, and supportive relationships that fuel trust, empathy, and kindness among and within individuals and in our school community. 2, represents opportunities and resources that are tailored to the unique needs and aspirations of each student. And 3, and empowers each student to grow, to endure, to be authentic, and to be true to themselves. Then each student will engage and thrive, developing agency through self-awareness, mental health, independence, and reflection. Hence, currently, the Counseling Services Department at Central endeavors to build relationships that provide a welcoming and culturally responsive environment to promote student agency, regardless of values, beliefs, abilities, sexual orientations, gender identifications and expressions, racial, ethnic, religious, or national backgrounds. To that end, counselors will get to know each student and family and address their unique needs. The proposed policy changes to 2411 counseling services focuses heavily on career counseling and downplays the social emotional development of our students. Our students' social emotional well-being has as much to do with their growth and success as their academic achievements. My ask of you, though, this evening is to not approve this policy change on second reading. Regardless of the outcome of your vote tonight, can you guarantee me and other parents that you will not either eliminate this department or cut back on its services? I fear that with the change to this policy, you plan to alter the current critical services to our students that they now benefit from. I welcome your allaying my fear of such a thing happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else interested in speaking right now? Okay, with that, we will close out the first public forum. We will move on to our organizational items. Both of these items, the revised school calendar and the bell schedule, as well as the Chapter 27 emergency virtual and remote instructional program, was addressed by our superintendent. So with that, I would like to move those two items. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Can I get a roll call, please?
Ms. Gray?
Yes.
Dr. Halpern?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Yes.
Ms. LaCosta?
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Duggan?
Yes.
Ms. Gong?
Yes.
And Mrs. Santangelo.
Yes.
All yes, motion carries.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we will move into our committee report readouts. We'll start with the Student Life and Program Committee. Leslie?
The SLP meeting met on July 10th. In attendance were Matt Hall, Ed Brandt, Rebecca Peterson, Sue Duggan, and Lisa Santangelo. We did receive questions prior to the committee meeting. Those questions were responded to, and they are reflected in the minutes. We have 7 action items to move this month, including the renewal of our professional services contract for staff and administration, a new aerospace club, nursing plan, IEP transportation contract, as well as an overnight trip for our amazing dance club. With that, I would like a motion and a second to move items 1 through 7.
I'll second.
Yeah.
I thought I just said that.
Sorry.
I would like to motion.
I'd like to second.
Okay, any comments on the action items? All right, seeing none, we'll take a roll call, please.
Ms. Gray?
Yes.
Dr. Halpern?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Yes.
Ms. LaCosta?
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson?
Yes.
Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
Ms. Gong?
Yes.
And Mrs. Santangelo.
Yes.
All yes, motion carries.
All right, thank you. Next up is the Operations and Transportation Committee. Jessica Rothel is on a well-deserved vacation this week, so I will read out the discussion items. O&T met on July 15th. In attendance were Jessica Cangelosi-Hade, Heather Spitzer, Jessica Rothel, Ellen Halpern, Sandra Gong, and myself. We did not receive any questions prior to the committee meeting on the 19 action items on the agenda tonight. The action items include our monthly financial reports, invoices, transfers, insurance renewals, bus routes, and accepting with gratitude a very generous donation of a $700 value to our music department from Catherine Alworthy. So on behalf of the board, we thank you very much for that thoughtful donation. With that, I would like to move items 1 through 19. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any comments on the action items? All right, seeing none, can I get a roll call, please?
Dr. Halpern?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Yes.
Ms. LaCosta?
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson? Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
Ms. Gong?
Yes.
Ms. Gray?
Yes.
And Mrs. Santangelo.
Yes.
All yes, motion carries.
All right, thank you. Next up is the Personnel Committee meeting, which met on July 15th as well. In attendance were Jessica Cangelosi-Hade, Heather Spitzer, Claudia Gray, Dee Kellogg, and myself. We did not receive any questions prior to the committee meeting on the following 29 action items on the agenda tonight. Those items include resignation, contractual appointments, reappointments, revised contracts for identified teachers, custodians, and secretaries, as well as professional development courses for staff and leaves of absences. So with that, I would like to move items 1 through 29. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any comments on the action items? All right, seeing none, can I get a roll call, please?
Mrs. Kellogg?
Yes.
Ms. LaCosta?
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson?
Yes.
Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
Ms. Gong?
Yes.
Ms. Gray?
Yes.
Dr. Halpern?
Yes.
And Mrs. Santangelo?
Yes.
All yes, motion carries.
All right, thank you. Next up is the Policy Committee report. Becky?
Thank you. The Policy Committee met on July 10th. Present were Sue Duggan, myself, Lisa Santangelo, Edward Brandt, and Matthew Hall. We did receive one question from a non-committee member prior to the meeting, and that question was answered in the minutes and reflected for everyone's review. We have several policies tonight, though many of them are kind of duplicates because we have the 3000s and the 4000s, which are certified and non-certified staff members, and so we have a lot of policies that fit in both. We have political activities, which was a policy that our vendor released in 2022, but it was not provided to the board for consideration at that time. We are moving to adopt a new acceptable use of district technology to acceptable use of computer networks and resources by teaching and support staff members. This is a mouthful, but it's essentially our acceptable use policy. We currently have an NJSBA policy, and we are simply moving to a Strauss-Esme policy. They're both rather old, but they are still relevant. We have some other policies that are just updates that the board missed at some point. We have one from 2023, policies 3324 and 4324. The administration also amended some language to bring some of the policies up to date on some of our older policies. For instance, 3431 and 4431 uncompensated leave. We have a regular update to a military leave policy, which was updated in 2017 that we missed. The compensation policy 4410 was added. Administration added some detail to this policy to bring it in line with our current practice. Same thing with policy 4418 and 4425. We have 7510 is the use of school facilities. This policy actually had an update in 2020, and this is a mandated policy by our policy vendor. It was not adopted at that time for whatever reason. We actually identified this last year going through the policies, that we were rather focused on CUSAC policies at that point, and we also have another policy, 7510.1, which is also a use of schools facilities, communication facilities, building usage. These actually conflict with each other, so the decision was made to keep the one from our policy vendor, which is mandated, and we are moving to abolish the second policy on a similar topic. Anything that the administration believes was useful from that 7510.1 will be added to the administrative regulation for 7510, which is really the best place for detailed issues that go into a policy rather than into the policy alone, which requires 2 reads to update. We have 4 items on our first read to abolish. We have our current acceptable use of district technology, that's the NJSBA policy. Administrative vacations, this is not doing anything to administrative vacations. We asked, Dr. Hall did say he would reach out to let everyone know that nothing is happening to your vacations. This is actually really addressed individually in the administrative contracts, and so our policy actually kind of creates a problem with that. It can be conflicting. So we are getting rid of the policy. Their contracts obviously control. And then the communication facilities building usage is the last one that we are moving to abolish. And then we have our four second reads from last month, and these have, we didn't receive any questions from any board members about these policies. And with that, I will move items 1 through 3.
Can I get a second? It's okay.
Second.
Okay. Any comments on the action items?
Is there a chance that we could get a copy of the draft regulation for 7510 along with the second read of the policy, just so we know what's being included for next month?
Okay.
Yes, on 7510.1, I'm still not quite sure why we need to abolish that, so I will be voting no.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. Roll call, please.
Ms. LaCosta?
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson? Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
Ms. Gong?
So yes, except for Section 3, Number 4, Policy 7510.1.
Ms. Gray?
Yes.
Dr. Halpern?
Yes.
Was that a yes? So, I'm sorry. Mrs. Kellogg?
Let's see. Yes, except for item 1, number 14, I'm voting no, but the rest are yeses. For item 2, I'm voting no on 1 and 5, but the others are yeses. And then for item 3, I'm voting yes on 1 through 3 and no on 4.
And Mrs. Santangelo?
Yes.
Even with the no votes, all motions pass.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to additional board business. Is there anything that anyone would like to add to our committees for next month? Okay.
Sorry, I would just like, I noticed in the operations and transportation minutes that there is going to be a discussion on some vendors. I would just like to say that those vendors have been approved in our budget, and I understand that there can be a discussion about whether we're approving them or not, but I believe that parents and the community and students have been led to believe that those services will be available to them during this school year. And I think that we need to be very thoughtful about how we approach any changes that we might make at this time.
Okay. Thank you. All right. And with that, we will move on to the final residence forum.
But before we do that, you've got your additional board business. So just curious, since the chair and another board member attended a leadership meeting, whether you wanted to just share highlights?
I don't know. That was the New Jersey School Board? Not really. Yeah. I mean, it was really, actually, it turned out to be just a review of training that we already received. So nothing really noteworthy to report, unfortunately.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, let's move into the final residence forum. This is open to any items on the agenda or off the agenda. So if you'd like to come up and speak, please feel free. Okay, no? All right. So seeing none, we will close out that final residence forum, and we will move on to executive session. So we will be discussing Hibbs litigation, and we will be coming out to take action. So we will be in executive session for maybe approximately 1 hour. So I would like to convene into executive session. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, and a roll call, please. Or a
Mrs. Peterson? Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
Ms. Gong?
Yes.
Ms. Gray?
Yes.
Dr. Halpern?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Yes.
Ms. LaCosta?
Yes.
And Mrs. Santangelo?
yes. anyone here? Where's Leslie? Leslie? Okay.
Heather, you do need.
Yes. Okay. And Sue. Okay.
Other board members you could do without, as long as you have a quorum, but secretary you need.
So am I, we don't have to do a roll call to move, to reconvene, do we? Into executive?
No, because you did the vote back there.
In open session? All right.
So I would just, once it starts,
Move to
I
affirm.
would announce the reconvene.
Yeah,
Public
yeah.
based on that vote taken back there,
Okay.
and then you go right to the building. So the last item?
Jeez Louise. This is crazy. What time is it? Feels like midnight.
This is a later one than usual.
Is it?
No.
Oh, 11? Oh my gosh. Oh, Lord. Can you fit? All right. We all here. Oh, I forgot, we're being recorded. Is everybody ready? Okay, so based on the vote in executive session, we reconvene into open session. We're moving to affirm the Hunterdon Central Regional High School Administration disposition for the following HIB cases reviewed by the Board of Education in closed session on, actually, why does it say June 16th? July 21st, 2025. So can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Mrs. Peterson?
Yes.
Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
Ms. Gong?
Yes.
Ms. Gray?
Yes.
Dr. Halpern?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg? Ms.
Abstain.
LaCosta?
Yes.
I apologize. Mrs. Kellogg? Thank you. Ms. LaCosta?
Yes.
And Mrs. Santangelo?
Yes.
Oh, yes, motion carries.
All right, thank you. And meeting is adjourned. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Oh, motion, okay. In a second, yes, okay.